tangible.
Is back.
Awesome. Oh!
Hello everyone and welcome to Save and Sound, the celebration of audio and music in games. We are your co-hosts this evening. I am Hans.
And I am Kate.
And we'll be here every night to showcase all 70 participating titles of this year. First of all, thank you for tuning in and being here. I hope that you're comfy, that you're settled. We have tons of cool content coming your way. So this is how the show works. We'll be live today, we'll be live tomorrow, and we'll also be live Wednesday. We have about 70 developers, composers, musicians who have been spending the past months making content that will premiere on this show just for you to watch. This means concerts, orchestral performances, deep dives into how audio and music is woven into games. I mean, we even have some people who sent in like chicken recordings in games. We have some songs, hopefully they'll make you cry, and we have some pretty heavy metal snippets.
We are organizing this show in blocks, so we'll have about 4 to 5 games show their content, and then you will find us right back here for another hosting segment. We're scheduled to run for a bit over 3 hours every evening. There's also a Steam event going on at the same time. You can find it on the front page of Steam, and this way you can see all games and soundtracks in one place. Apart from those, there are also some brand new demos for you to try out.
And also, we are organizing a couple of giveaways. Tonight we'll be giving away some game keys. Tomorrow we'll be giving away an Elgato Stream Deck Plus. If you don't know what that is, I'd highly recommend that you look that up. And Wednesday we'll also be giving away some other games. The games include Baldur's Gate 3, Vampire Survivors, Cassette Beast, Cloudpunk, Dome Keeper, Human Fall Flat, and about 30 other more titles. A form will be posted in chat where you have to put in your username and maybe some more information, and then we'll select a random winner. So make sure to stay in chat when we shout you out and see if you're still here. Kate, what do we have coming up in this block?
So, first up is Worship from Chasing Rats Games, which is a dark but charming multiplayer game about serving in a cult. You can look forward to a dark and atmospheric performance by Léandre Monette, William Régnier on drums, and David Caron on guitar and tar, which is a real instrument, by the way. Next we have Go Mecha Ball by WLP Games. This game is a vibrant and acrobatic action roguelike with 3D platforming, where the enthusiastic Jonas Turner will be telling you about how he created the sounds and composed the music for the game. The third piece tonight will be Star Trucker by Monster & Monster, which is, you guessed it, a truck simulator taking place in space. This video features the talented Randall Brandman singing and breaking down the songs he made for the game. After this, we've got Greak, Memories of Azur by Navigante Entertainment, which is a puzzle platform adventure featuring 3 siblings trying to escape an invasion. In this piece, we've got the composers Oscar Alcala and Maria Jose Felix talking about their process for creating the soundtrack, and the amazing Philharmonic Orchestra Cinco de Mayo showcasing it. And lastly, for this block, we are joining an underground revolution in Antro, the 2D platformer by Katsura Studio, where the composer, Mighty Valverde, aka Shelly, will perform the music from the game. Enjoy the show!
Let's go to the content!
Oh, hey there! My name is Léandre Monette, composer and sound designer at Chasing Rats Games. You've just listened to Sanity Eclipse, our latest song from the game we are currently working on, Worship. I'm really happy to be part of this Save and Sound edition. Last year, we really had a blast participating to the event, presenting a live performance of Struggling and Worship, and it was really fun to do. Feel free to check it out. At Chasing Rats, we really love the concept of showcasing awesome game audio, and we would like to thank Bedtime Digital for putting this event together. To give you a little bit more context, Worship is a multiplayer roguelike in which you play as a cultist, leading a bunch of faithful and adorable followers. Sanity Eclipse is the musical theme of the old god known as Ubrius, Sower of Insanity. Worshipping Ubrius means embracing madness and distortion of reality. Amongst other eldritch powers, you will be able to corrupt minds and transform your allies into powerful abominations. You will also be able to transform your enemies into harmless life forms. Picking a god in Worship is similar to choosing a character or a class in other roguelikes. We want to make sure your god is well represented in your play session, and music will contribute to that by having specific melodies, instruments, and textures that fit your god identity. Music and sound design take an important spot in our projects, and we are super grateful to have the opportunity to showcase it during the Save and Sound Festival. You can support us by wishlisting Worship on Steam, and make sure to follow our further announcements. If you want to know more about Worship, feel free to join the official Chasing Rats Discord. Until then, thank you for your time, and stay safe out there.
Hello, my name is Jonas Turner, and I will extremely briefly tell you about the sound design and music composing that I make for Go Mecha Ball. Everything you see or hear in this video is still work in progress and not necessarily representative of the final quality of the game. I'll be making another full-length making-of documentary after the game is done, as there is so much more to talk about than I have the time for in this video. So consider this video as a trailer for it. First off, my initial thinking is to get a feel for the player's actions and then make the enemy sounds, so we get a loop of action, response, action happening. And then I would start filling the soundscape from there. Let's look at some gameplay first, without any audio. Let's add player sounds in. Let's add enemy sounds in. Let's add material sounds in. Let's add all of the rest of the sound effects in. Let's add music in. As As you may have noticed, this is a video game where we use procedural animations, so limbs can twist and turn in many various and surprising ways. So that affects my designs quite a lot, as I want the sounds to follow whatever is happening dynamically. And a huge part of that is having the actual sounds that get triggered to be interesting and varied. The less repetition there is, the more natural it will feel. So let's jump into Fmod Studio and I'll show you how it all works. Let's start by looking at the player's transformation sounds and movement. Here are the sounds for the player's transformations from mech to a ball and from ball to a mech. As you can see, there are sounds for the limbs appearing and disappearing, limbs locking into place, as well as sounds for the indication of the two states. Let's start with the transforming into a mech. As you can see, there are separate pools of sounds that randomize each time the event is triggered to make the sound feel different yet similar each time it plays. This is the basic basis of almost all of the sounds within Go Mecha Ball. Next up, transforming into a ball. This one is slightly different with the consistent button click sound, as this one you need to click to happen as opposed to the mech transform, which happens after you let go of the button. It might look like a minor detail, but makes a huge difference in practice as it gives some consistent feedback for the button press for when you play the game. From here, let's look into the player movement. We have the body sound of a footstep. This is the sound that plays from the mech, and in addition to this, we have impacts from different materials that play on top. We also have sounds for the feet moving downwards or upwards. In ball mode, we roll around as a ball. That I have also split into two separate interactions. One being the motor of the player, and the other being the material that you roll on top of. So, let's look at the motor first. We have the load parameter, which is tied to the player's movement speed. I have cut it into two sets of sounds. One's to represent the load of the motor, and the others to represent the idling of the motor. For the player turning, we also have the turn parameter. Then we also have something called ball fire, which indicates a state where the player has reached maximum speed and thus can heavily collide with enemies and the environment. Lastly, we have a parameter called ball pipe, which gets set when the player is inside various environmental things where it doesn't make sense we hear the motor. So it acts as a kind of soft mute in a sense. I'll quickly show you an example of rolling on top of a metal hollow material. As you can see, we have 3 loops of different velocities that get automated via a parameter, which is tied to the speed of whatever is rolling on top of the material. Let's look into enemies real quick. Upon seeing the player to indicate that they are aware of your presence, they will let out a tiny aggro sound. And upon attacking, they have a tiny attack anticipation sound to indicate that they are about to attack. Here I use a attack anticipation tone that is shared between all the enemies. There are 2 different kinds of attack anticipation tones. Ones that you can interrupt and ones that you cannot interrupt. Then, of course, we have the enemies attacking, as well as enemies moving in whatever fashion they might do that. Some have feet, some have wheels, some float about, some roll around like a ball, some have motors, and so on and so on and so on. You can dash onto enemies to stun and falter them, and they will announce their states accordingly. Also, if the enemies find themselves in a pickle, like being launched into the air, they'll do a little yell too. When designing the sounds for the enemies, I wanted them to feel tangible and somewhat realistic. So, after I had made their vocals with synthesizers and edited them to fit their various timings and actions, I would then route the sounds out of my sound software into the physical realm via a little speaker, and I would place that inside various metal boxes and stuff, with which I would try to replicate the enemy a bit in the real world, and I would record that with a microphone, essentially to try and make it a little less synthesizer-like and a bit more realistic. The music in Go Mecha Ball is somewhat generative as well as interactive. Let's have a quick look into it inside FMod Studio. Here you can see all the separate instrument sets. We have everything from bass, drums, chords, bubbles, transition effects and so on, to instruments behind parameters, such as lead melodies to indicate your combo status, a layer to indicate that you are at maximum combo status, player rolling as a ball, player health status, player taking damage, player jumping into the air, player death, enemy death, music glitching when nearby glitched enemies, arena cleared, level complete. Alright dear viewers, I hope you got a decent overview over the soundscape of Go Mecha Ball. Please do follow the game on social media as well as wishlist the game on Steam. Thank you so much if you do so.
Johnny was driving since well before dawn. He's trying to get there before he loses all his songs. Looking for something he ain't never gonna find. Small bit of heaven, little peace of mind. But something was blazing on the side of the road. He took his breath, but it might just take his soul, oh yeah. She was a hitchhiker on the bright side. She had a name that left him blind. She was a supernova on the corner playing a game. If he ain't careful now, he'll be lost in the lane.
Brandon Brenneman. We're going to talk about some of the music that I've just done for the new game coming out, Star Trucker. Right, Bending the Road. So for this track, obviously when we're using something like, you know, trucks and space, well maybe not space, but definitely trucks, I was trying to go for something that was going to be a little bit more, you know, had some movement to it, kind of forward momentum. So in my head, I was originally thinking something along the lines of, that kind of thing, sort of driving music. So long story short, threw this one together. Track's called Bending the Road. Now, I'm going to start on the chorus just really quickly. It's pretty straightforward, you know. You told me once and I'll tell you again, this old life, you need your friends, because, you know, truckers, they got to work together. You ain't driving on no straight line. Now that's a space reference, because nothing in space is a straight line to get in there. You know, you got to take a curve. It's all curves. Unfortunately, curve doesn't quite work in the scanning the lyrics, so I went with more, you got to follow the bend in the road. You ain't driving on no straight line. Got to follow the bends in the road. The whole purpose of the song was really to try to tell the story about the things that you can do and you can't. And sometimes when things are so powerful and, again, just full of momentum and kinetic energy, those things are just going to push on through. So that's really where I was going lyrically with this. From a production angle, really straightforward. Didn't want it to be too heavy, didn't want it to be too much. Just wanted to get a really solid beat, you know, just kind of give it that nice driving rhythm that we were looking for. Oh, sorry, down here. Again, you can almost hear those hand claps. And then, you know, you bring that guitar in, you just got that nice, subtle but moving forward sort of drive. Nothing too distant. I didn't want to go over the top and add, you know, space echo, no pun intended, or tons of reverbs, because I just think in this style of music, things tend to be dry and sound very much like in the room. The theme of the inevitable movement going forward that we cannot change, which I suppose you might say is time, entropy, I don't know, whichever way you want to look at that. So, bend of the road. Hope you enjoy it.
You can't stop the rig when it's running. You can't stop the meter coming down. Won't stop the bull when it's barreling down on you. Like you can't stop the change that's rushing through. You can't stop the good time when it's talking. You can't stop a cold from taking its toll. Won't stop the train from whistling through the night. Like you can't stop a newborn bird from taking flight. Ooh.
So the next song I want to talk about is Bound for Home. Pretty straightforward. I had this lyric idea rattling around for a while, which it's such a trope of blues music, which is just, you know, my baby don't love me no more. You know, what am I gonna do? You know, the whole like, my baby don't love me. She don't give me no rock and roll. It's just a very, you know, standard thing. And I thought, wouldn't it be funny or interesting, especially for this project, to use it and change it so it's not about my baby don't love me, but baby in this case is actually the planet that I'm on. It's like the planet doesn't love me anymore. So that was fun because it started kicking out all of these interesting lyrical ideas. And then, you know, the turnaround, it's got a core on fire, but its poles are cold as ice, which just kind of works. Also, you know, my baby's really angry, but she's also cold at the same time. And I thought that was kind of a nice way of kind of tying in this idea of a planet. Because this old world don't give me no rock and roll. Yeah, I'm loading up the big rig and setting off. I'm bound for home. You know, I think one of the things that everybody knows about traveling, it's wonderful to be away, but it's also amazing to get home. Musically speaking, you know, pretty straightforward. I originally started it more of a kind of shuffle. I felt when I was putting this one down, it was just a little, it didn't have enough of that tinge of melancholy and sadness that you might get with the idea of, you know, this world doesn't love me. I need to get myself back to the, I guess, the world that does love me, or wanting to get back home. So slowed it down really quite a lot. The vibe of that, yeah, it just seemed to kind of work in my head. It worked with the lyrics, it worked with the chorus. It was very interesting. I kind of like it. Just a little slower as well. Again, nothing too much. You know, live drums, bass, an acoustic guitar, an electric guitar. I use a resonator a lot because I think sometimes it has, you know, little slide bits just to add some character and some texture, I suppose. And again, you know, I wasn't going too crazy with any of the production side of things. I wanted it to be very natural, very kind of low-down dirty blues. So I hope you enjoy this one, Old Bound for Home.
This world don't love me. Don't give me no rock and roll. Ooh, this world don't love me. Don't give me no rock and roll. Yeah, this world don't love me. Might as well get myself on home. Yeah, I'm packing all my things for a transgalactic flight. I'm setting all my speeds faster than light. 'Cause this world don't give me no rock and roll. Yeah, I'm loading up the big rig, setting off as I'm bound for home.
So thank you for watching. Once again, my name is Randall Brenneman. I've talked you through a couple of songs for the fantastic new game Star Trucker. It's out next year, so obviously keep an eye out for it. Want to give a big shout out for Monster and Monster and Raw Fury. And I do hope you found what I spoke about today somewhat useful or even insightful. So thank you again for watching and take care, everybody. Peace.
Haber trabajado en este proyecto me dejó muy satisfecho, ¿no? Particularmente yo me siento muy satisfecho. Creo que el director y todo el equipo estuvo muy entusiasmado con la música. Yo lo vi en las sesiones de grabación, los vi muy contentos. Creo que se tomaron las decisiones correctas y pues mi principal objetivo es que el director quede satisfecho. Mi nombre es Oscar Alcalá y fui el compositor de la música para el videojuego Greak. En el principio, Gustavo y los demás miembros del equipo planeaban hacer una música, digamos, tenían en mente una música mucho más pequeña en términos de instrumentos. Yo lo veía bien, ¿no? Pero conforme fui platicando con ellos cuáles eran las ideas que tenían de cada personaje, de lo que querían lograr, fui haciendo algunos bocetos como ellos me lo pedían, pero en algún momento me di la libertad yo de hacer algo mucho más grande. Yo pensé que este videojuego podía soportar una música muy grande, una música con orquesta. No se habían imaginado que Greak podía sonar así de grande y me dieron luz verde para seguir ya por ahí en todo el proyecto. Decidimos que Greak tenía, digamos, un carácter un poco más neutral, muy nostálgico, ¿no? Entonces decidimos que fuera un oboe. Asociamos mucho las maderas en ese sentido a Greak, pero su hermana, Adara, está más asociada a la flauta. Creo que sus tonalidades son un poco más agudas, pero al mismo tiempo muy cálidas, ¿no? Y creo que la flauta daba bien eso. Y en cambio Ryder, que es el hermano mayor y el más fuerte, sí está mucho más asociado a los cornos, a los trombones, ¿no? Que son instrumentos pues muy épicos normalmente. Y creo que si el juego tiene mucho éxito, el soundtrack va a formar parte de esta asociación entre el juego y la música.
Soy María José Félix, soy compositora para cine, televisión y videojuegos y me dedico a eso, a componer, orquestar y básicamente dar música original para proyectos audiovisuales. Esta primera pieza, la idea fue que inicia como una batalla. Entonces empezamos con este ritmo casi marcial y después se va transformando en esta aventura a la que se van los personajes. El reto para esta pieza fue empezar desde algo un poco más chiquito o un poco más cuadrado hacia un sonido que queríamos que fuera orquestal, que usara todos los instrumentos, que fuera este sentimiento de, ya sabes, de que todo el mundo está dentro, de que todos los instrumentos están ahí. El mayor reto de esta pieza fue llegar a eso, usar todos los instrumentos de esta manera que nos ayudaran a transmitir todo este movimiento desde una batalla a la aventura, a esta resolución.
Hey, I'm Shelly. I'm the music composer and audio lead of Gatera Studio. We are currently developing Antro, and this is my performance for Safe and Sound 2023. Enjoy.
Thank you, Worship, Go Mecha Ball, Star Trucker, Greek Memories of Azur, and Antro. Don't forget to wishlist Worship, Go Mecha Ball, Star Trucker, and Antro on their coming soon Steam pages, and check out Greek Memory of Azur demo in our demo section. What do we have in store next, Hans?
I mean, we have some mighty interesting games. I mean, you remember that chicken recording thing that I mentioned earlier in the intro of the show? We'll actually be viewing their content first up with Chicken Journey. It's a relaxing puzzle platformer where maybe we can find the answer to what came first, the chicken or the egg? After that, we'll be tuning into Kingdom 80s, an epic single-player adventure of microstrategy and base building with Andreas Hell and an insane performance. It's going to be a good one. For the third part of the next block, we'll be checking out Roots of Pacha, the cutest Stone Age community game you've ever seen, where Santiago Baraville talks us through the composition process of the title, and then we end on a beautiful band concert. Oh, by the way, how's your posture? Make sure that you're sitting upright. Are you drinking water? You know, you need to stay hydrated for tonight. The fourth part of this block is Saltsea Chronicles, a story-driven adventure game where you will explore strange and wonderful communities and uncover a deep conspiracy. We will be joined by Eli Rainsbury and their inspirations behind the composition of the music. And then the final segment of this block will be with Detective Dotson, a multi-genre experience of games and stories from the endlessly intriguing modern-day India. Shalin Shodhan will be performing some tracks from the game and what influenced them in reality. That's about it for now. Enjoy the content.
Save and Sound Audio Deep Dive. My name is Donovan Yonk. I'm a sound designer and composer working under the studio name Mega Hammer Studios, way out here in the frozen backwaters of Canada. Today, it is my pleasure to discuss the design of my creature voices and music in the game Chicken Journey, a puzzle platformer from the zany brains at Loonyware. During the development of Chicken Journey, I sought out inspiration in limitation. Wherever possible, I looked for ways to get unique results by embracing creative or technical challenges that push me towards my aesthetic goals. This manifested in many different ways throughout production, but in this video, we'll focus on two key examples. The first, capturing and committing to my own source material whenever practical, and second, the use of authentic retro sound cards for the music. And in general, embracing and showcasing a DIY lo-fi aesthetic, warts and all. So let's jump in, starting with the chickens. The raw material for the hen and rooster clucks and box were recorded at my sister's farm. Getting chickens into a vocal booth was a messy prospect, so a portable recorder was brought into the coop instead. As you can imagine, getting noise-free, on-axis recordings of chickens in any situation is not easy. I was determined to use only original chicken recordings when building our library of foul language. Do-it-yourself recording is always fun but never predictable, especially when poultry is involved. Despite having made proper recordings with my fancy mics and preamps, it was the incidental audio captured in my phone videos that actually ended up yielding some of the best clicking results from the entire recording session. So I embraced it. Many of these charming phone recordings made it into the final sound design. Back at the studio, the recordings were chopped into individual vocalizations and sorted for their emotional character, length, articulation, clarity, and cadence. Since the recordings were captured with multiple devices, some minor cleaning and repair was necessary to give the audio a uniform frequency profile and a balanced stereo image. Once sorted and cleaned, processing began. In Reaper, the source material was bit crushed and blended with 8-bit beep tones. When crushed and layered like this, the irregular source material was transformed and oozed charm and personality. This workflow applied to most NPCs in the game, with a few exceptions. One being the friendly carnivorous plant. Don't worry, he's not really carnivorous. I didn't have access to a genuine talking plant. The plant, instead, was voiced with a simple synth patch I created in Serum. A precursor to this patch was used for the plant's squishy tendrils. The speech patterns themselves were performed, not programmed. A human touch really goes a long way in creating natural speech rhythms and cadences in cases like this. Be they chicken, goose, squirrel, duckling, frog, plant, or owl, my goal with all of the character voices was to evoke the feeling of this childhood classic toy. The Fisher-Price Farmer Says See and Say. Okay, well that's maybe a little too lo-fi, but that particular combination of absurdly realistic source material and low-fidelity rendering fit the aesthetic of Chicken Journey in a most satisfying way. Throw in some wah pedal, wood blocks, and squeaky toys, and you've got a whole barnyard of chit-chat going on. When chopped and randomly sequenced in Engine, the end result felt like a conversation with a familiar childhood toy. Speaking of, here's a word from the programmer about the implementation. A 32-bit hash is computed from the dialogue line to be displayed. The hash is used to initialize a random stream. This gives us a stream of numbers that are inherently random, but always the same for a given dialogue line. Voice clips chosen using the random stream are then spliced together by Unity, which adds another layer of determinism. The resulting stream is played while the text is displayed character by character at a constant pace. This approach gives a random but deterministic vocalization pattern to each line of dialogue. The idea is to create a pseudo-language by guaranteeing that each line of dialogue will sound the same each time it is spoken by a character. Very nifty. A beautiful blend of lo-fi sensibilities and modern programming power. The music of Chicken Journey was composed with the same spirit of embracing the odd, the old, and the new to produce a unique hybrid. The instruments you're hearing in Chicken Journey's score are almost exclusively produced by two retro sound cards in my collection, the Roland MT32 and the Roland SC88 Pro. The Roland MT32 is a fascinating piece of retro music and gaming tech from the year 1987. Most closely associated with PC games of the late 80s and early 90s, the MT32 is a MIDI-based peripheral that was responsible for bringing high-quality audio experiences to home computer users of yesteryear. When I say high quality, I mean stuff that sounds like this retro goodness. Now, while that may not sound like an obvious fit for a console-inspired platformer, a little digging into the unit's presets uncovers gems like these panpipes and hand percussion sounds. These sounds can be found on almost every track in Chicken Journey and do much of the heavy lifting when it comes to providing the game with a unique musical identity. The MT32 is also responsible for some sound effects. Just take a listen to these chicks. But pound for pound, the SC88 is even more responsible for the unique sound of Chicken Journey's score, providing marimbas, strings, harmonicas, kalimbas, harps, and more. But it's not all that easy. Using retro hardware comes with its share of limitations and problem solving. High noise floors, mismatched reverbs, hard-to-tweak properties, and the need to render out stems certainly forces you into a workflow that deviates from that of the typical VSTs in a DAW. Though these classic sounds are great on their own, much like the expansive color palette of the otherwise retro pixel art in Chicken Journey, there's nothing wrong with taking a few modern liberties to enhance the overall musical experience. Obvious ones are noise reduction, the use of convolution reverb and digital delays, and the use of high-fidelity sampled instruments like the drums and the cymbals. These, plus modern mixing and mastering techniques, were all used on Chicken Journey's score to polish and highlight the best qualities of the old-school oddities within. In keeping with the theme of oddness and limitation, there's one more challenge I imposed upon myself when composing for Chicken Journey, and that was to use a unique time signature or rhythmic device on nearly every track in the game. But just writing an odd meter for the sake of it would be silly. Instead, I was deliberate and intentional, and I paired time signatures with moods, characters, and levels that I felt would be a suitable match, just like you would choose a particular key, mode, or set of instruments. For example, in the chicken village full of simple chickens, a simple 4/4 meter was decorated with interlocking rhythms of pecking and scratching. In the ancient forest, a waltz-like feel was superimposed on a gentle but mysterious meter of 5/4. The swamp kingdom of hippie frogs demanded an offbeat 7/4. In the library of ancient wisdom, the tempo ebbs and flows, as if time is expanding and contracting with your newfound cosmic understanding. And in the garden maze, a peaceful triple meter with moments of twisting and winding mixed meter intertwined. And I'll leave the rest for you to discover. No matter the meter, an underpinning groove was essential. It had to feel good, not uneasy. Like the old hardware or DIY field recordings, embracing a particular compositional challenge led me to results that I could not have otherwise dreamed up. And that wraps up our deep dive. Next time you're in need of a little extra inspiration, take on a challenge that forces you to get crafty, problem solve, or work outside of your comfort zone. The very act of doing so will reward you with fresh ideas and unique outcomes. Thanks for watching.
Mi nombre es Santi Barabale, también conocido como Banti. Soy músico y productor musical residente de Córdoba, Argentina. Y este es mi primer proyecto como compositor de música para videojuegos. Tuve la posibilidad de integrarme al equipo de Pacha en una etapa muy temprana del desarrollo. Esto hizo que el trabajo tenga una dinámica muy particular, ya que me permitió experimentar en profundidad acerca de algunos detalles con respecto a la música y a la estética del juego. Por supuesto fue un trabajo en conjunto, un trabajo que duró más o menos 3 años y bueno, como todo trabajo y proceso largo, tuvo sus altibajos creativos y emocionales, pero fue un camino muy lleno de aprendizajes. Lo primero que necesitaba para empezar a trabajar era saber los aspectos principales del videojuego, como el género, la estética gráfica, el contexto temporal en el cual transcurría el juego. Bueno, básicamente la información que obtuve era que el género era Farming y Life Simulator, la estética gráfica era pixel art, el contexto temporal era la Edad de Piedra. Con estos 3 elementos, más algunas palabras clave que me ayudaron a delimitar un poco más el contexto, como por ejemplo que sea una dinámica relajada, o sea, el juego tiene que transmitir relajación, hay mucho que tiene mucho que ver con la naturaleza, ese es otro concepto importante, el concepto de comunidad, el concepto de la mística, tiene su mística el juego, aparece mucho la cuestión de los espíritus de la naturaleza, de los animales, entonces, bueno, palabras clave que me ayudaron a también orientarme un poco más en cuanto a la sonoridad que necesitaba usar para el videojuego. Bueno, por último, un dato muy importante que necesitaba obtener de los desarrolladores era referencias, tanto de videojuegos como referencias musicales, que sean acordes al proyecto. En este caso, las principales referencias de videojuegos del estilo eran Harvest Moon y Stardew Valley, y referencias musicales, además de estos dos, teníamos Civilization, Age of Empires, Monkey Island. Lo primero que necesitaba saber antes de empezar a componer la música era saber qué cantidad de músicas necesitaba y qué tipos de música para el juego. Es por eso que le pedí a los desarrolladores un listado de todos los assets musicales que iba a necesitar el juego. Teníamos música por regiones, teníamos música por estaciones del año, teníamos música para eventos especiales, música de cutscenes, teníamos música para minijuegos. Con este mapa pude ver cuáles eran los lugares donde el jugador iba a permanecer más tiempo y cuáles eran los lugares en los cuales el jugador iba a transicionar de región a región más frecuentemente. Bueno, como para empezar a definir un poco la estética musical, yo partí como punto de base hacerlo a través de la orquestación. Me puse a investigar un poco instrumentos tradicionales y no tradicionales de distintas partes del mundo, de distintas culturas. Por cuestiones de presupuesto y para conservar un poco la relación con juegos de este estilo, opté por la opción de grabar la música 100% digital a través del uso de instrumentos virtuales. Bueno, en el caso de la implementación de la música, en Roots of Pacha trabajamos música y sonido con Fmod Studio, que nos simplificó muchísimo trabajo a la hora de implementar la música de manera organizada y fluida. En este caso, la música que suena es un festival en la playa, donde el jugador puede jugar a distintos minijuegos. Yo lo que necesitaba era una música general para el festival, y una vez que el jugador entra en el estado del minijuego, bueno, directamente que la música transicione a cada una de la música de los minijuegos. Entonces ahora vemos que de esta manera la implementación funciona así. Cuando juego al primer minijuego, la música transiciona. Ya estoy en estado de minijuego. Si quiero regresar al festival, necesito transicionar y volver. Y ahí ya estamos de vuelta en la música del festival. Si quiero jugar a otro minijuego, lo mismo. Ahí estoy en estado de minijuego nuevamente. Y por último, el tercer minijuego. Que es este loop de acá. vuelvo al festival. Y por último tenemos un último juego, que es el siguiente. Esta es una batalla de cuerda en equipo, que a su vez esta implementación tiene distintos estados. A medida que va ganando o avanzando las rondas en el juego, son 3 rondas, tengo distintos loops. De golpe avanzo una ronda y la música refuerza eso. Acá les muestro un ejemplo de la música correspondiente a la región de la sabana. Lo que suena ahora son unos instrumentos de percusión graves, unos tambores, hay una combinación de 2 tambores, bombo legüero y zurdo. Tenemos luego instrumentos de percusión más agudos, como unas campanas y un triángulo. Y luego tenemos instrumentos también de percusión, como shakers. Estos shakers fueron grabados acá en mi estudio. El resto de los instrumentos son instrumentos virtuales. Luego tenemos el canal de instrumentos que les llamo placas. En este caso son marimba, parafón y hand drum. La marimba suena así. El balafón. Luego tenemos el hand drum. Luego tenemos un bajo acústico. Instrumentos de cuerda. Unos violines. Flautas. En este caso tenemos un bansuri, 2 bansuri. Son los instrumentos de viento de la India. Bueno, este fue un poco la travesía que vivimos con Soda Den para hacer la banda sonora de Roots of Pacha. Si están interesados en el proyecto, pueden seguirnos en las redes sociales. Y a continuación los dejo con una interpretación en vivo del tema Jungla de Roots of Pacha. Saludos.
and over the last couple of years I've been audio lead, composing music and designing sounds for the Reverie's upcoming game, Saltsea Chronicles. I'm going to be sharing a bit of the behind the scenes development of the music for Saltsea, including how I composed some of the core aspects of the score and how that affected the outcome of the game's music direction. But first, what is Saltsea Chronicles? Saltsea Chronicles is a story-driven adventure game where you are guiding a crew across numerous islands of a post-flood world called the Saltsea Archipelago as they mount a rescue for their missing captain, Maya. Voyaging on their boat to Kelpie, you can choose where to go and which crew members to investigate with as you explore the wonderful and different island communities out there and solve the mystery at the heart of the game. It felt important to me that because these island communities had different but strong visual identities and unique cultures, that my compositions for the score and soundscape were also different per community. During initial development of the first island, Nyavi, I developed an instrumental Foley palette where I would go through the episode and talk to my art and writing peers about the materials found and weather observed on the island. These can range from natural materials such as stone and feathers through to constructed metals and woods from the boats and buildings. But I mainly wanted to prioritise the more natural environment, including the island's harsh winds blowing through the bushes and chimes which I've noted down on and considered for its soundscape. I reflected this for the base of its soundscape by using one portion of a voice sample library to represent the surrounding winds and ocean of the island. Inspiration for the soundscapes was done in another part by exploring the small stories being told by members of those communities, whether it be through their day-to-day activities or how they communicate to each other. For example, the Nyavi community are usually seen singing or humming when carrying out their everyday activities, whether they may be at their local pub, carrying through work on the cliffs, or performing rituals. So I wanted to feel like I can reflect them more thematically here. Bearing this in mind and following the wind and ocean voice base from earlier, I wanted to be sure to use another portion of voice hums, and in some cases higher range voice calls to represent the overall island community. I would then layer with instrument samples that I would gravitate toward when I think about the overall spaces and the people in them, including the crew themselves, depending who may be leading an expedition, which we'll get to later on, or who may have spent a considerable amount of time on an island. Sometimes I would even consider the World Bible's notes on the local wildlife for some part of the island communities. The next couple of examples, I use percussion as a way to represent the pitter-patter of the good cats of Los Gatos and the clicking clatter of the crabs of Fort Alcazar, respectively. I mentioned a bit earlier about how I tried to think about the overall spaces and the people in them, including the main crew members, when I came around to curating certain instrumental textures. But I wanted to be sure to give further thought towards composing in general for the crew. I asked myself, how would I approach developing music for an ensemble cast, and how can I connect them to the communities they visit? I approached this by thinking about who will be leading the expedition at any point during the game, and how would their personalities be read while taking on these expeditions. I observed through playing the game and reading through the main story points that all of the core members of the crew will lead a mission at any given point, or get introduced intentionally as a lead up towards possible recruitment onto the boat. So I decided to create little motifs for each member of the main ensemble cast that may be emphasised and variated on more when they take the lead during certain locations or during recurring situations in the game, and also connect them more closely to points of the story that affect them the most. I want to share a small case study of the motif I developed for one of our crewmates, Iris, a teenager with a great special interest in radios and technology. Iris's melody was inspired by a mix of the following factors. They were raised in Yavi, where I used woodwinds from its soundscape as one part of representing the island, focusing on a set of clarinet textures. Iris is generally a shy character with some youth to them. Iris meets somebody later in the game who they grow especially close to, and I want to be sure their melody could have the potential to be complementary to them in any way. I took a harmonic progression from the Nyathi soundscape and used that as a basis to develop Iris's melody, and I kept to a relatively high range, alternating between short and longer notes. Though I sometimes use different instrumentation in different chapters, I personally liked using a clarinet to closely represent how I felt Iris could sound and feel at any given time. Here was the initial demo I created. Iris leads a few expeditions during the game, 2 of them being on an island called Soso and another on a later island called Minta. I wanted to be sure that any recurring motifs for any characters or situations would be primarily conveyed the most during the main progressive story points over the course of the game. Iris's melody in the context of the following main story points they're involved with ended up sounding like this. So I felt like it was important that I wrapped on arranging the soundscapes first so that I can consider whether any of the crew members had a strong connection to an island or community within that island that will be visited at any point in the game. For example, whether they may have grown up there or whether they've been very close to a community already. Alternatively, some of the other character melodies were more ingrained to the harmonic bed of the soundscape in a way that felt easy for them to come back home to. Take Stu's character motif, for example, where it emulates the arpeggiated plucky sounds from the soundscape of her home island of Los Gatos more closely. I hope folks who will be playing the game or listening to the soundtrack will hear out for the sort of things I've talked about here, especially the character and situational motifs that I developed that may be heard over the panel sequences we have or during the main points of story progression. I've really enjoyed using those as a framework to help build up and support the stories being told in the game, and with what I do, I try to be sure to support the stories and experiences of the characters and their communities the best I can. I'm going to finish up by sharing with you all what will be the reveal of the Saltsea Chronicles title sequence. We intentionally went with making the music a very different feel to what you would typically hear in game, while still trying to capture the anticipation that you would feel when voyaging with the Kelpie. I was joined by M. Guer, TVMA and Tylen Meyer, who helped bring the piece to life so well. Thanks for joining me here, and please look forward to Saltsea Chronicles releasing later this year.
Namaste. I'm Shalin Shodhan, creator of Detective Dotson. It's a game and a show that immerses you in the most interesting place on earth, modern-day India. Play high-stakes missions, watch thrilling episodes, or just hang out and enjoy a cultural joyride. I'm excited to take you on a sonic journey through the music of Detective Dotson. Hello again. Hope you liked that selection of songs from the Detective Dotson soundtrack. Let me take you on a quick behind-the-scenes tour of the music. I'm very lucky to have deep roots in Indian classical music. My grandmother was an accomplished sitar player, and my mother is an amazing classical singer. I was trained in the bamboo flute under the Hindustani method since I was 10 years old. I also feel very fortunate to have branched out into other forms of music. I taught myself the guitar, and I have dabbled in electronic music since the 90s. This soundtrack is my opportunity to fuse my musical upbringing with my musical coming of age. And in many ways, it's a perfect thematic fit for the world of Detective Dotson, because India is a melting pot where the ancient and the modern coexist like nowhere else. For the rhythmic foundation, I have used Indian drums of all kinds, but street drums specifically. I really wanted the epic feel of My Name is Lakhan from the 1989 film Ram Lakhan. Dina din da. On top of that goes juicy and bouncy bass and synth bass inspired from funk music or funk disco like Daft Punk. The melody and vibe are created with soaring flute melodies or crisp guitars on top of synthwave pads and drones. And for good measure, we decorate all of this with electronic bits and bobs. Thanks so much for listening. Please wishlist and support our game Detective Dotson. It's our effort to bring a flavor of modern India to the global audience. Let me play you out with the main theme from Detective Dotson.
Intro.
Thank you to Chicken Journey, Kingdom 80s, Roots of Pacha, Saltsea Chronicles, and Detective Dotson for those wonderful videos. Chicken Journey has a demo available right now, I believe. Kingdom 80s has a bundle sale, and Roots of Pacha is also on sale, and I think even its soundtrack is on sale at the same time. Saltsea Chronicles also has a demo available for you to play, and as always, please wishlist all of these beautiful titles. But we're not done yet. I mean, I think we're about halfway through today's Save and Sound. We're still live tomorrow and Wednesday, but what do we have next, Kate?
First up is the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood by the Construct team. a magical adventure where you can become a fortune teller whose otherworldly soundtrack will be performed by Fingerspit. Next, we have Breachway by Edgeflow Studio, a sci-fi strategy roguelike featuring the composer Marcus Unicla talking about his process behind creating the music for it. The third piece is Venba by Visai Games, a narrative cooking game where you play as an Indian mother who immigrated to Canada. While you're cooking, you can listen to the radio, which became a big part of the game's soundtrack, composed and presented to us by Alpha Something. After this, we have Harmony, The Fall of Reverie by Don Knott, which is an interactive story-rich game where you decide the fate of humanity. In this piece, the talented Lena Rain will go over their music composing process in Fmod. And last but not least, we have Snufkin, Melody of Moominvalley by Hypergames, which is a cozy musical adventure about restoring the balance in Moominvalley. In this piece, we have Oda Tilset, the composer and audio lead on the game, and Kjartan Sveinsson from the indie band Sigur Rós, talking about their collaboration on the soundtrack. Enjoy the show!
The Mac is back with another video. Hello the initiated, hello Save and Sound. My name is Marcus Unikala, and today we're having a look at the soundtrack for Breachway. Now Breachway is a deck building space roguelike. So you have a spaceship, you have certain equipment on that spaceship, that makes your deck of cards, and the deck of cards is what you use in space combat to do the pew 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 and destroy your enemy. And you're going through this galaxy, exploring these different star systems and working towards an end goal. The plan for this video is to do a general overview of some of the central themes and ideas behind the soundtrack, why I've decided to do the things that I'm doing. We only have about 10 minutes to do this video, so we're gonna be pretty brief and also probably gonna have to do a lot of editing. Now, looking at these different phases of the gameplay, I wanted to create very distinct and unique sounds for each of these phases to create an interesting push and pull. As you're exploring and traveling through this star system, I want you to be completely submerged and engulfed in the vastness, infinity of space. And that's why I decided to go with ambient music when it came to the star map view. To me, it's kind of what I would call hopeful, dark ambient, where I want to marry the infinite vastness of space with human hopes and human desires. Because in the game, you don't just have combat, you actually go into different events, and you're going to have to make some hard decisions about who lives, who dies, what happens to your crew. We also have a bunch of factions in the game, and your choices are going to influence the way these factions are going to see you, either as an enemy or an ally. Now, going into combat, the combat music is highly rhythmic. So here we're getting a very stark and distinct contrast between the star map music and the combat music. So when I first saw the game and started working on the music for it, I immediately had textures in my head, because the art style, the ship design, definitely borrows from realism, but the way it looks is kind of toyish in a certain way. And I wanted to marry the two together and represent that in the sonic realm. Now, when it came to the realism part of this equation, the choice was epic orchestral percussion. And I wanted it to be heavy and hard hitting so that you feel like you're in the midst of the fight and that you and your crew's life is at stake. The second element that we're using as a bridge to realism is orchestral strings. Now, these are extremely subtle. They're sort of shifting and moving there in the background, but it's still a sound that we recognize and associate to kind of a realistic cinematic landscape. But we're using these alternative articulations, which are kind of gnawing and swirling and shifting, but it also serves as a bridge. They sort of intertwine and enmesh with the synthetic elements. I also had a particular interest in exploring a lot of the sounds from trance music. So yes, the combat in Breachway can be pretty intense, but it can by no means be called trance music, but it's the sounds from that music that I have a particular interest in. And these would be sounds that I would hear every once in a while here and there in my childhood, whether it would be me sitting in the car waiting for my dad and finding a random radio station and watching out from the window, looking at the stars and hearing these very futuristic, technological, otherworldly sounding sounds. And these would also be sounds that you would hear in many video games from my childhood, you know, particularly around the early 2000s. I'm getting old. At the center of the sound for Breachway is synthesizers. It's here where I wanted to evoke some of that toy-like quality, some of that lightness, some of that naivety. And for me, it meant borrowing some of the tones and the qualities from a lot of these retro synth sounds. Now, Breachway is by no means going for that kind of a retro synthetic sound, but it's more of a head nod to those things. And in practice, it means that we're using very simple source sounds. So you do hear some simple waveforms, you do hear some of those bleepy, bloppy things, but that's pretty much where the similarities end, because we take those source sounds and we run them through a number of different processes. And those processes basically divide into two categories. In Breachway, we use a ton of arpeggiators, and arpeggiators tell the synthesizer to play notes in a certain pattern, in a certain rhythm. We use a lot of very dense and complex arpeggiator patterns overlapping with one another. And this isn't simply a productional choice, it's actually how I've written a lot of the music for Breachway. And a very beautiful thing happens when you're using those arpeggiators. Melodies and patterns begin to emerge out of that complexity. And I would hear bits and pieces that I would further like to explore. Many of these arpeggiators run in a randomized pattern. And I wanted to use this randomness as a compositional tool to evoke some of that sense of complex and futuristic technology. And it was important for me to represent that not only in terms of the sounds we use, the synthesized elements, but it also had to exist in the actual composition of the music, the actual notes that we're using. At the center of Breachway is this one cluster chord. That's basically the core compositional material. So basically you have the root note, you have the fifth, the third, and then the second and the fourth. Now this is stuff that I do use quite a bit in my compositions in general, but in Breachway I saw it as an absolute necessity, because with it we get complexity, we get a bit of mystery, and we certainly get a ton of tension. Now throughout the soundtrack, this is the essential core material for the composition, but we do move quite far out from it as well. It's by no means the only thing we're using. So we use variations of it, we use parts of it, we break it down, we move it around. We're not afraid to also explore a lot of different harmonies and melodies. Another very big compositional technique that I'm using throughout this music is actually effects processing. Now, usually we tend to think about these things in terms of their productional place and value, as well as how we use them when we're mixing music. But for me, effects were clearly a very distinct and important aspect of how I actually am going to compose this music. And really the two biggest effects that I'm using here are distortion and granular effects. And in short, depending on how the distortion is configured, it's going to respond to all of that rich, dense information coming from the arpeggiators, and it's going to chew on and respond to that in even further random and dense and rich, complex ways. And obviously, distortion gives us an edgy, aggressive sound that represents the conflict in these space combats. Now, in terms of granular synthesis, it's basically a device that takes in incoming audio and it slices it up into different chunks. Now, these chunks can be small, they can be big, and we can tell the granular effects unit to reorganize those chunks in pretty much any way we like, which we're using to evoke even a further sense of complexity, giving it this kind of a very otherworldly, techie, advanced sound. So that's the basic gist of it. If the game looks interesting to you, consider going on Steam and wishlisting it. If you want to follow the progress of the music more closely, you can follow me on any social that you wish, or you can go to my website and subscribe to my newsletter. If you want to check out my existing catalog of music, I've made a special discount code for just you, so use the code SAVEANDSOUND on Bandcamp to get 50% off anything, even the full discography, which is easily the cheapest way to get all of my music. That's it for this video. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Take care of yourself. Finished.
Deep dive into the songs of Venba. I'm Alpha Something, composer and lyricist for Venba's original soundtrack. You may know me from the Toronto indie music scene, but Venba is the first album of its kind for me in many ways. When we started this project, it was going to be just a mellow background score, maybe some high points here and there, and mostly ambient thematic music. But because of the inherently Tamil nature of the game and the culture that its maker is from, the urge to include songs was undeniable. The idea of having a radio play songs while the player cooks and having that be the soundtrack of the gameplay was very appealing to us. And once we figured out it was gonna have to be these sort of tribute songs to famous Tamil composers, the remaining work was pretty much cut out for me. Here's the first song, Needane. The song was made as a homage to the legendary Ilayaraja, which means that it had to have a prominent string section. For this, I had the privilege of recording the string quartet Kaska Strings from Kiev, Ukraine. Check them out. The second song is called Chelakuti. The amazing thing about this song is that it pays homage to a composer called Deva, and we were actually able to work with him to get his vocals on the song itself.
வயசுலதா இது ஓல்டு சிட்டி பல பேருக்கு எங்கூரு கோல்டு சிட்டி ஜொலிக்குது பாருடி செல்லக்குட்டி சென்னை சிட்டி கருமா நம்ம சென்னை சிட்டி அது கடையல்லனே எங்க பட்டி தொட்டி ஜொலிக்குது பாருடி செல்லக்குட்டி செல்லக்குட்டி டக்கரு 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 சென்னை சிட்டி
The third song is called Kanni Kanini, and it's meant to be a homage to Isaipuel A.R. Rahman. It was a lot of fun recording a whole bunch of instruments for this, in addition to amazing singers Suvi and Satya. The one experience that stands out is recording Carlos, who plays the pan flute here. The next song is called Thulludadi Valasu. The really interesting thing about it is that it has 6 verses, each of them describing the recipe that the player is cooking in the game while the song plays. So those were the 4 main songs of Venba that play on the radio during the cooking levels. We're going to leave it there for the sake of time, but there are several more songs, background scores in the album. You can check out the album on Bandcamp, as well as listen to some of the tracks on YouTube. Thanks so much for listening. We hope you enjoyed your time with us as much as we enjoyed making these songs for an amazing game. And before we sign off, here's Gana Prabha bringing us a good time.
My name is Lena Rain, and I am a composer for video games and other media. And I am here to talk you through a little bit of the behind-the-scenes deep dive into my composition process, and specifically my mock-up process for doing a bit of interactive music for Harmony: The Fall of Reverie, This is Fmod. It is a middleware software that essentially enables dynamic music, audio in games, and sort of serves as the gateway between the source files and the game engine, and allows you to organize different stems and cues and all that stuff into what eventually is a dynamic, progressive piece of music in the game itself. So now what I'm going to do is walk you through one of the pieces from Harmony and kind of show you what goes into making a progressive piece of dynamic music for a visual novel style game. So we have a whole bunch of different tracks here. I didn't actually name them anything different because this was just a mock-up, not meant to be seen by the public, but here you are anyways. And then we have a bunch of progressive stuff here. So you can see here's one clip. We've got percussion that starts it off. If we skip ahead a little bit, the kick drum coming in here with the snare. This is just kind of your basic percussive layer that kind of starts off some of the scenes in the game. And then we have another one, enter piano. I like to label things to at least help me organize. Here we got the piano part coming in. That's actually a pretty short loop. I'm going to play this all in context at the end here, but I want to go through all the different stems to kind of show you what there is to work with. We've got the melody coming in here. And so while this one is kind of short, it's just this same progression looping over and over again. You have this longer one with the melody coming in, and this plays all the way through. And then over here, we have what I call the different vamps. And if you're not familiar with like jazz terminology, vamping is just kind of when you're playing through the chord changes over and over again, and you might improvise on top of it or play the melody again or whatever you want to do kind of on top of that. And that's kind of how I like to think of compositions, especially for dynamic music, where you've got melodic sections, which it's a little more difficult to interrupt them because you don't really want to change the melody necessarily, but you can interrupt it if you need to, go on to a different piece of, melodic content or whatever. But if you just kind of drop out the melody halfway through, you're kind of like, well, what just happened? So I like to have, a melodic section that plays all the way through, and then it goes into the vamp. And so the vamp here for this is playing through the changes again, but then we got a little bit of high synth that comes in, got new bass that comes in. Skip ahead a little bit. And so it kind of gets that mood going. It really gets the feeling of just drifting through space, through time, whatever it is that you might be doing with this this background music. And then we have a bunch of different variations. This one drops out the percussion. Kind of lets just the piano and the synths do their thing. Got another one that drops it just down to the ambient synth and the bass. And we got a fun little alternate one where this little synth line comes in. And this is a bit of the composition coming in, where this is a synth line that represents Monoconcern, which is sort of the big monolithic mecha corporation, and so it comes in when we're talking about them and kind of feeling a little anxious about that, and then kind of leaves off with just this, just the ambient synth. And funny enough, in the actual game progression, while I initially composed this so that it would end with the ambient synth, in the game, the first time this track plays, it starts with just the ambient synth. So it actually kind of does a bit of a reverse progression, which is fun. So you can do anything you want with the dynamic implementation. It's all fair game. So let's just play through a little bit. And I have, if you can see my cursor up here, I've got this progression parameter, and this goes all the way from 0 to 7, and this is essentially taking you through the different steps of the dynamic progression. So when we started off, it's at 0. We just got this percussion bit playing here, and go immediately into 1. And you see this transition over here. Piano starts. And now if we are just kind of chilling here in one zone, it's gonna loop back to the start of this this progression here. Just overlapping the same stem on top of itself so that I can create this sort of seamless loop. If I just let it play without transitioning, it would come to sort of this elegant end here. But it's just gonna keep looping forever until, let's say, okay, let's go to 2. And then once it gets to this point, it's going to check, hey, is this 2 or higher? Why, yes it is. So let's move on to the melody. I feel like I'm doing a Sesame Street presentation now, but this is going to play it for a while, so I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit. And no matter where you are, it's going to go ahead to vamp. I kind of skipped a number here. This 3 won't actually affect this at all. But now you can see, in FMOD, these are all stacked, so what's actually happening, instead of progressing to the next section, it's going to be crossfading between all of these clips. So I have a little bit of a seek speed on here. So for this parameter, it takes 0.15 seconds to go each tick. So basically what that is it makes it a slower progress. So if I set it immediately to 4, it's going to take a little bit to crossfade instead of just immediately. There we go. Got the percussion going out there. And then over to 5. And the fun sort of behind the scenes reason I'm doing all of this too is I'm breaking it down into just the ambient synth and the bass line, because when I transition to the next layer here with the that synth that comes in, that's actually in conflict with the chord progression from the rest of the track. So if I played just all of those together, it would clash super bad. So I wanted to get the piano out of there. So when I go over here into 6, it just combines well, and so you've got the same bass line as the previous track, but it's slightly different chord progression that the synth is doing. Then let's slide all the way over to 7, the final layer. All just drops out except for the ambient synth. And if you wanted to, you could, since this is all playing together, you could actually just go all the way back to 5 here. Actually sound just fine. Let's go all the way back to 4, actually. So you can kind of go both ways when all of them are stacked together. And that's just a little tease at how dynamic music is put together and how it all functions. And hopefully this was an interesting look into the behind-the-scenes process of how I compose dynamic music. Yeah, enjoy the rest of the Save and Sound festival presentations, all of that, and catch you on the next one, whenever that is.
Moominvalley is a light-hearted adventure with a lot of musical elements to it, which has made it really fun to work on. My name is Oda Tilset, and I am the composer and audio lead on the Snufkin game. In the game, Snufkin has his harmonica and a couple other instruments eventually, that he uses to help other characters and to traverse, opening up paths to areas you couldn't access earlier and so on. So yeah, music is a very important part of the game.
My name is Kjartan Sveinsson. I'm a member of the band Sigur Rós, and we collaborated in the Snufkin video game. But it's really hard to, to put music to a thing like Moominvalley, which is, such an abstract place. Also interesting with Moominvalley is that, all the characters have kind of this distinctive emotional life, and so to put music to something that represents everybody is always going to be very difficult.
I grew up with the Moomins like a lot of other people here in Norway, watching the Japanese anime on television, and I also had like little pamphlets and stuff with the stories. One of my favorite ones was the one where the whole Moomin house is taken over by plants. Yeah, it's been part of my childhood basically.
Yeah, well, it's actually quite hard to, when I think of the Moominvalley, I don't really hear that much music, and when I heard about this idea of putting Sigur Rós music, onto this game, I wasn't sure, about that. Not mainly because, of respect towards, Moominvalley, and no music will kind of do it justice.
Collaborating with Sigur Rós on this game has been a very unique experience for me because I've never had the opportunity to have music from such a well-known artist and then make new cover versions in a completely different style. So Snufkinifying the music of Sigur Rós has been a very unique challenge, and I'm very happy that I got to do it.
Well, they did a very good job at at fitting it into the game, I think. Although I could never have done it like they did it, but when you get a request to be a part of a Snufkin game, it's just a no-brainer.
The vibe in Sigur Rós's music is very different from the tracks that you hear most of the time in the game, because the game is very lighthearted and has a lot of air to it, which also Sigur Rós's music does. But Sigur Rós's music is a lot more melancholic, which we feel fits the game, but it's a lot darker sounding. So that's been a very interesting challenge to work with these tracks and get that mix between the two. And I think the result is very fitting for the game. When I composed the music, I knew that we wanted the music to be quite open and spacious. I've been kind of inspired by all the air in the music in Breath of the Wild. But the instrumentation is quite different. There's a lot of pauses, so I have, for example, used kind of unusual time signatures to allow an extra beat at the end of every sentence, so to speak, in the music to make it feel like there's a bit more ebb and flow to the music than just going straight on the beats, because I feel like that allows more of the ambient sounds and nature to come into the music, which is what we wanted. When I started looking for inspiration for the music, I right away went straight to the soundtrack of the anime that I grew up with, because I have very fond memories of a lot of the melodies in that. And I wanted to hear if there was something I could get inspired by. But I very quickly realized that the music was just too weird. So I have been inspired by a melody line every here and there, just for my own sake, that it feels nice. But other than that, I figured this was not the place to get inspiration from, because it's too weird. It's wonderful, and I definitely recommend you look it up. There's a lot of music on YouTube, but it's kind of strange. A lot of the sound effects in the game are made from different musical instruments. For example, the inspiration when you hear it, idling in your environment, that has musical like wind chimes as elements to it, and those chimes are used for a lot of different sound effects. We also have the frog, for example, when it croaks. It's one of those the wooden frogs that you use like a stick to make a sound of. I blended that with the croak of an actual frog to make the sounds. So there's a lot of small hidden things like this throughout the game. We didn't want everything to be completely real. We wanted to have this overarching musical feeling to everything. We had a lot of fun with the voice acting for the game, especially. I got to do some voices myself, for example, which is always a big joy in any workday. But we also got a few of the devs on the team to do different voices, and that was just a delight. And we also got some of my voice actor friends here in Norway to do voices, and they had been so thrilled to get to do this because it's a universe that is very close to their hearts as well, having grown up with the Moomins on television and stuff. Some of the characters in the game have their own melodies. For example, Little Mai, whenever she's around and you follow her, there is a specific theme whenever Moomin and Snufkin has a moment of some kind between the two of them. And also the park keeper has a theme that is quite different from the rest of the game, because we wanted to make sure that you could hear that there is a contrast between Snufkin and what he stands for and the park keeper, which has a very strict and different vibe to him. The title of the game, Melody of Moominvalley, has of course inspired both the narrative and the music, because the music underscores the narrative in a lot of ways. So when you first enter Moominvalley, you can hear that the music is kind of sparse, it sounds a bit weird, something's clearly off, but as you progress throughout the game and Snufkin is helping characters and is getting closer to the end of the game, you can hear that the music is fleshing out a little bit more, and the general vibe of the music is becoming more steady and not as ominous anymore.
I mean, what I really love about Moominvalley and the characters there is so non-biased, you know. I mean, there's no good and evil, really. I mean, there are loads of, I mean, there are conflicts and there are emotions, but there's no right or wrong. And I really, really love that, and I think it's so important for children and adults, you know, to experience this, you know, world this world where anything goes, you know, kind of, and you can be whatever you want. Yeah, really nice world to be in, I think.
Everyone on the team are looking forward to release and seeing players enjoy what we've created here. So make sure to wishlist the game on Steam and hope you enjoy it when it comes out.
And we're back. Thank you to the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, Breachway, Venba, Harmony, The Fall of Reverie, and Snufkin, Melody of Moominvalley. Don't forget to please check out the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, Breachway, and Venba demos. Venba is also on sale. Furthermore, Harmony of The Fall of Reverie has a sale on their bundle, and Snufkin is available for wishlists.
Wishlisting is truly the best way to support unreleased titles. Right. And up next, we have Fretless, The Wrath of Riffson. Explore this musical land to add sick riffs to your deck and wield your mighty guitar to unleash powerful crescendo attacks in epic music battles where Jeff and Jeff go through the game's audio design. After that, Mythwrecked Ambrosia Island, a game where you befriend the forgotten gods of Greek mythology and you restore their memories. Alex and Ether will be going over the music and will have a little concert at the end of their segment. It's truly wonderful. Then we go to Paper Trail, a top-down puzzle adventure about leaving home, set in a foldable paper world with a beautiful ethereal performance in the woods by Claudie Macula. And then we'll be watching a segment by T. Lopes with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder's Revenge, Dimensions Shellshock, and its soundtrack. And finally, we will end this segment with Esophaguys, a silly party platformer where you play as old folks with elongating necks. I bet you've never heard that sentence before, but it's truly a special piece by Jaw Harp Jesus himself. So make sure to stay tuned for this. Oh, and by the way, tonight we are giving away game codes to 35 games, including Baldur's Gate 3, Vampire Survivors, Dome Keeper, and many, many more. So we'll be posting a form link in chat right after this. Oh, and tomorrow we are giving away an Elgato Stream Deck Plus. So if you have time to watch the show tomorrow, I would highly recommend doing so. So make sure to stick around. All right, let's go into the next block.
Enjoy!
Hi, I'm Jeff Linville. I do the sound and music for Fretless, and then...
I'm Jeff Jennings, and I do the rest of the music for the combat music. So a lot of the metal stuff in the game will be coming from me.
Yeah, boss music and all that good stuff. Yeah. So, okay, we're going to do a little walkthrough of combat and kind of show you how the music system works in the game. So let's just kind of get into a fight.
Cool. So once we enter combat, we're going to enter our riff selection stage where you'll be able to choose through the different riffs right at the bottom of the screen that you've collected throughout the game. So we'll have the ability to go ahead and arrange those in whatever order you feel like, and each one of those is going to be like a different riff, a different little chunk of music, like a bar, a couple counts or so. So throughout, as you gain more, you'll be able to sort of arrange these into different arrangements of musical sections that you feel sound good. So a lot of customization, and then for each of those, we'll also be able to collect a bunch of different instruments throughout the game. So there's going to be a lot of variety of what you can do musically, what you can arrange.
So yeah, right now we have the acoustic guitar, and then these are all like acoustic riffs, and they have a sample associated with them, like you said, and then the order that you put them in as far as like gameplay goes, like strategy. So you make a good combo, you'll have like a good sounding turn, basically. So I'll just throw some random ones in though to start. I like this one. So we'll press shred, and then everything's gonna play, and then the enemies will go, and it'll kind of come back to the player turn. So let's go. So now the enemies will go. So that's kind of how the basics of combat works, and the musical challenge obviously is making sure that everything like sounds good together while having like variety. So there's metal in the game, there's synthwave, there's bass, like there's all sorts of stuff going on with all these different characters that you'll be fighting. So we'll just do one more turn, and then we can kind of show you how we have everything set up in the DAW, and then in Fmod that kind of like locks everything in. So I'll just do another one.
And once he hits shred, you can kind of hear Fmod take over and go into our transitions that occur, between the riff selection stage and the actual combat. Same thing with your combat and the enemy combat. There's all these different transitions that we've arranged and put into there.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest challenge, is making everything work seamlessly. So that was kind of a turn that I did like random cards, so it didn't really flow super well. And those guys sound great together. But so yeah, we'll hop over to I'm gonna open up Cubase, and we'll take a look at how everything's structured, and then we'll go to Fmod and walk through it in there. Okay, so I use Cubase as my DAW of choice, and I kind of want to just go through slightly like how everything is structured to be exported, because it's really crazy to me at least. And yeah, so the way that we do everything is basically we've got like the backing track, which is like the rhythm. Unfortunately, I can't play anything through Cubase. I don't have my OBS set up to play audio through it. That's okay. So this is like the guitars, the drums, and the bass, and then you can see I have these are called regions, and I just can export everything through the region automatically, which is the way that I've set this up works really well, because I hit Shift D, and then I can export everything again if I make any mixing changes. That's kind of why everything's in one session. So I've got all of the backing track layers here, and then I got the skills over here, and you can see like the little video. I'll click play, and then I actually like write everything to the animations that our artist Connor makes. So everything gets exported as stems, and then we put it into Fmod, which we'll go through right now. Okay, so now that everything is bounced from Cubase, basically everything goes into Fmod as stems and comes in here just like this, and then everything gets thrown into this event called the backing track, and each instrument will have its own backing track. And I think what I can do is kind of run through like a turn as it would sound in the game, just in Fmod. You can see it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press play. It's going to do start combat, and then it's going to go to what's called the card select phase or riff select phase, where it's kind of like a nice loop while you're picking your riffs. And then once you press shred in the game, it'll jump to a transition section to it's called the arrangement play section, and this is where the skills go. And there's obviously a lot of markers and crazy things here, which I'll explain kind of at the end. But yeah, transition in, skills play, transition out, and then it'll jump back to this card select section. So I'll just play this, and I'll flip the parameters so everyone can hear. So we'll do play. So this is where you'd be kind of selecting your cards, deciding what you want to do for your turn. Then you get your cards, and then you would press shred, and then it would flip to this arrangement play parameter, and you'll see the playhead jump over to the transition. This is where the skills would be playing. I'll explain why it's silent. And then it goes back. So that's kind of the basic structure, and the way we're doing that is we have something called a transition region, and what Fmod is doing is it has, and the nice thing is we can quantize everything to a grid. So once I flip this parameter, the playhead will wait until it hits the next beat to actually transition, so that everything stays in sync. So that's kind of how that's working. That's the basic structure of it. And then you want to talk about like kind of how the music of it works?
Yeah. So in here, in this sort of card selection stage, or really the riff selection stage that we've got when you're choosing your skills, we have it so that you have your main track, we have a melody track, we have a few different melody tracks and like a synth pad track for some ambience. And then each of those are thrown into this multi-instrument sort of container where you can have multiple samples, multiple loops of each of those playing. And every time you either start that card selection phase or you come back from a combat phase, it's going to randomize and choose different melodies, different synth pads, different. The main track is like the drums and the rhythm guitar and the bass and all that. So you'll sort of get a different feeling, a different musical experience every time you're in that card selection stage here. And you can kind of see the different A, B, and C samples there. And Jeff can kind of go in there and open each of those. Yeah.
So yeah, I'll play like this is a melody, guitar melody. Right? Okay. And then if I could play this one. And then I can press play on everything. I'll do it again, and it'll select a different variation. Right? So that's kind of how we're doing our variations. We're going to do a lot more layers. We're kind of just like building this as we go. And then another cool thing is when it goes to the combat skills, the guitar melody and like this like chiptune melody thing, they actually hang on underneath the transition to kind of, that's like the real glue of the combat music is these melodies like stay under it, and then all the skills can go, but they like all work together musically. Cool.
And it sort of keeps the same vibe the entire time, even when we have these rough, these transitions between different themes that we have, or different instruments that the player will be using. That kind of holds everything together and makes it sound cohesive with the same sort of synth and melody stuff happening throughout the whole of combat.
Yeah. So I'll press play, and I'll kind of I'm going to keep it at this zoom level, and you can watch the playhead go to the transition, like when you would start your turn, and you'll see that these are still going. And then once it goes back to the loop, it like stops them. It stops the instance of that one, and it picks a new one. That way there's no like duplicates basically going. So I'll do this now, card select. So you got this guitar melody, the top one, and this chip melody playing, right? And then I'll switch to, let's say I press shred in the game. These are still playing because they're asynchronous. See, it loads it, stops it, it does that. So basically, if you wanted to do this on your own Fmod session, something like this, you set them to asynchronous, and that way that means when the playhead is off of them, they will keep playing until stopped, whether you stop it manually or something like that. And I just have it so that it can only play one instance of that, so it's not polyphonic, I guess. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, so thank you so much for watching our video. We'll be, looking at the comments and everything if you have any questions about anything. Other than that, thanks so much for watching.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this Mythwrecked music feature called Sound of the Sun. I'm Alex, I'm the creative director and lead developer at Polygon Treehouse. We're the developers of Mythwrecked. I'd like to introduce you to Jason, also known as Aether.
Hey guys, my name is Jason. I'm the composer for Mythwrecked, and I'm excited to talk a lot about a bunch of stuff regarding the music in this upcoming featurette.
So without further ado, we're going to jump straight through and talk about some of the music tracks that help establish the DNA and musical voice of the game. So here we've got the first music track we'll be looking at today called Endless Summer. And I think one of the really interesting things about Mythwrecked is trying to reinforce the sense of place and the heat of the island. Jason, how did you go about that? Was there different types of instrumentations or rhythms you wanted to use?
Yeah, so I think initially having the whole soundtrack set on an island is kind of a fundamental pillar for creating this entire score, and I think I wanted to kind of capture the feeling of like almost like a holiday. So in efforts to do that, I grabbed a bunch of different instruments. I've grabbed ukuleles, there's bass ukuleles, there's classical guitars, which is similar to a regular acoustic guitar, but the strings are nylon, so it has a much warmer, softer sound to it. And
yeah, because that's one of the things, that sense of being transported somewhere else and feeling relaxing. The instrumentation here is definitely different from our previous game, Reverie, which was set in kind of a Scandinavian-inspired world. Yeah, it's really interesting what you're saying about the instrumentation there. And rhythmically, how does that tie in? I guess the music feels more lively and upbeat and friendlier this time around.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's to do with, especially in this particular track, the kind of bossa nova rhythms, which is kind of like an alternative take on samba music. Like that doom dish dish doom dish doom dish. Like you've got this really interesting rhythm that really helps evoke, to me at least, the theme of an island. Like a lively island with a very close-knit community living on it.
So here we have obviously a very different music track. This is called After Dark, and it's one of the nighttime themes that plays when you're exploring some of the interior rooms and sanctums of the island. Jason, how do you go about trying to reinforce that change in time of day and location?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, it's all to do with the instrumentation. Like when you think about the island, because the game takes place on an island regardless which time of day, during the day, the sun is always out, it's got a very warm feeling to it, so that's why I chose like the more brighter instrumentation, like the guitars. Whereas in the nighttime, I kind of hear and see, like when I picture it, I see a clear starry sky, and I really wanted to kind of find a way to show that through the sound, so I chose instruments like the electric piano, kalimbas, which is like a little metal thumb piano, and music boxes, like those kind of like dreamy, almost ethereal sounding instruments.
Yeah, because that's really interesting, because you're right that all the tracks, even though they vary for day and nighttime themes or interior and exterior, they all have that contrast, but they have that kind of commonality that make you feel like you're experiencing two sides of a different place. Yeah, I think that's really really fascinating. And also, as developers, when we're having a dynamic day and night cycle game, it's really awesome to have this music to reinforce that. And so I think one of the things that we do slightly differently at Polygon Treehouse is that we start developing the musical voice of the game really, really early on in development rather than later on. So what's it like, Jason, being involved in the genesis of the musical voice right at the start of the project along with everything else?
It's different, but I kind of like it because you kind of help excuse me, you kind of help enforce almost the direction that the art direction may take. I mean, if you come on with all of the art finalized, you're not really informing or not informing, but you're not really inspiring or influencing the way the game could come out. Whereas I think I finished the soundtrack in the first 4 or 5 months, so like it was very early into the game, which for me was amazing, because another great point is over the course of Roki, there was like a 2-year gap of like hopping back on and off and on and off. So like it was I mean, it worked for what it was, but I think having just one big session of like, this is all of the music for the game, it felt more cohesive as a composer to have it all as like one product, of that one time.
Yeah, I think you're right. Definitely for us, as we're trying to imagine locations and characters you're speaking to and stories that we're telling, having the music there to inspire us as we're developing, rather than nothing like creating in a void. It's definitely like having the music playing as we're working has been a really huge thing for us to have that at the start of the project to help us be transported as developers, and hopefully working in that way gives a sense of cohesion to both the game, the art,
and
I
definitely
music.
think so. I definitely think so.
So here we have a very different pace and music track. This one's called Echoes, and it's one of the more reflective, emotional themes we have in the game. And in the game itself, you're exploring the island and meeting and befriending the long-lost Greek gods who've all lost their identities. And what you're tasked with as the player is to try and help them stimulate their memories. They get flashbacks and rediscover who they are as individuals, but also as a family unit. And the music is a huge part of that emotional storytelling. Jason, what's it like, trying to conjure up those different emotions from the player and the audience?
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. It's one of those things where you don't really realize how much of a difference it's making until you add it into the game, right? Like having all these different emotions to help the player feel like they're really part of that particular god's journey when you're playing in the game is a really powerful thing. And just through using kind of different themes, different motifs and instrumentation to kind of provoke different emotions is really, really something we leaned heavily into here.
Because I think there's the thing there with music, the player hears music and it draws an emotion from them and allows them to connect more with the the character they're talking to. It helps them form that bond. And I think a lot of playing a game and helping different characters is about forming that bond and trying to encourage you to care about them and have empathy with them and the things that they've been through. So the music is definitely a really key part of that storytelling process for us. Really, and that's a really interesting point that as character artists and animators, there's only so much we can do to express emotion without it becoming a bit fake or over the top. Having the music there to really underpin the emotional journey of the characters has been really great. So now something really special, a live performance by Jason. Jason, take it away.
Yeah, what you're about to hear next is the Ambrosia theme, performed by the Azur Quartet, never before heard before. So thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoy.
Me, your friend T. Lopes, the composer for TMNT Shredder's Revenge, and today I am exhilarated to take you on a little journey behind the sounds of the new DLC release, TMNT Shredder's Revenge Dimension Heist. Anyway, I'm super excited to be showing you this today, so let's jump into it. Okay, so today we will be taking a look at one of the first songs I composed for this DLC, which is called Ninja Sasanja. I know it's a weird name. Fun fact, this was actually a song that I composed a long time ago, many years ago when I was much younger, and we named it Ninja Sasanja, which is now the title we're giving it for the album, just as kind of an homage to those times when I dreamed of doing this for a living. So yeah, we're gonna get started here, and first I would like to show you what I think is a great foundation to begin a song, which is chords. I usually start by the chords, and the reason for that is that they help you kind of set the mood right off the bat, set the emotional tone that you want for the song. So I wanted to do something with a very strong traditional Japanese vibe, and so I began with these chords right here. I've established kind of the mood, the emotional weight that this song is gonna have. And now we move into the melody. So for the melody and some other elements, I used some traditional Japanese instruments known as the shakuhachi, the shamisen, and the koto. Let's hear what that sounds like. So yeah, right away, very Japanese, of course, very emotional and mysterious. Next, the shamisen. And it's just kind of accompanying the main melody. Very subtle, but it's doing its part. It's playing its role. The koto comes in. Now we have sort of a combination. So now, what is the foundation of a song? What is the bed where the song sits on? Well, that depends. That actually is going to depend on the genre a lot. But for this type of music, it's the bass. So listen to the difference. Listen to how much support it offers the song. This is before. And now I'm going to throw in the bass line. So obviously this sound is not from a real bass. This is from a rumpler, what we call a rumpler, which would be a unit that contains a lot of synthesized or sampled sounds that were, stuff that was sampled from real instruments and all put into a box, which was very, very popular in the 90s, back when production was really, really expensive to do with real musicians. So one solution for smaller budgeted projects was for musicians to use these sorts of tools. So obviously, it's 90s hardware. It's not going to sound super realistic, but at the same time, it works for what we're trying to achieve here, which is a little bit of nostalgia and trying to make a song that fits in the era that the game is making reference to. Okay, so now that we have all of the bass elements of this song, it's time to start adding the drums. So first and foremost, I'm going to add the kick. So here it goes. See, now we got some little bit of groove. Still sounds a little bit empty, so we're going to add the snare now. As you can hear, the snare is also very reminiscent of the 90s, 80s, 90s. Now we're going to add the hi-hat. These hats are very important, and I'm going to show you why, how much they add to the song. Here come the hats. groove to the song. Really cool. And now we're gonna add 1 second snare, which is gonna reinforce what I call the chorus, the hook of the song, which happens more towards the middle. And here it comes. Pay attention. Very subtle, but by using this little additional snare, which you can barely tell, but it altered the timbre of the original snare by adding something on top of it, like by layering it. And now comes a very, very, very special part that I think is super important, which is the electric guitar, which in this case was provided by the one and only Johnny Atma, which I always have such a great time working with, and this time was no exception. He joined me once again to tackle this DLC project, and I couldn't be happier to have his participation. So let me show you what he brought to the table. So this grit, this rhythm from the electric guitar, it really adds a lot of body to the song in the end, and you will tell the difference right away. Notice how much body it adds to the song. I'm gonna play without it first. Without. And now with. And so now we have a breath section right here that is going to aid the melody by once again adding a layer of interest. Subtle once again, but you hear it? On the first part, there's nothing. And then we add this brass over here. So that keeps people engaged. You know, there's something new being added to the song. You don't necessarily know what it is, but there's something happening there that is definitely having an effect on your mood, on your feelings. Alrighty, so now that we looked at all of the main elements, we're going to take a look at something that is very important, which is detail. They are important indeed, even though you may not always think so, you may not always notice them. So, first and foremost, I'm going to show you, because I passed it before, I'm going to show you this little Japanese flute sample that I have here, just to add a little bit of something to the intro. This is what they sound like by themselves. Let's keep going. So here we have some reverse effect. So it's something that happens right before a new section kicks in. This adds a certain anticipation, or rather, yeah, preparation to... You have like a rise into the next section of the song. So yeah, some very subtle stuff. Like I said, it's a very subtle detail, but it definitely makes a difference in the end. Now we're gonna look at the famous orchestra hits that were all over TMNT games back in the 90s, if you remember. And this is what they sound like. Chin, chin, chin. Chin, chin, chin. So this is a must, in my opinion, in all TMNT music. It just screams TMNT. I know many games use this sample, but for some reason TMNT used it a lot. I guess composers back then really loved it. It was really popular, so yeah, we use it here too. Next, we have what I call 16-bit type of arpeggio, which once again adds rhythm and color and interest to the song. So I'm going to show you a little bit of what that sounds like. Now the two final elements, we have some 16-bit strings once again. And then the last element, which is Japanese percussion. And when you mix it all up, you have the final song. Here we go. that is all I have for you guys today. I hope you enjoy this little trip behind the scenes of the music of Dimension Shellshock, which is now available. The DLC that everyone was waiting for is now ready to be downloaded and played by you and your friends. So make sure to grab it. I hope you enjoy the music, and thank you once again for your unwavering support. All the best.
Esophaguys!
Salutations. My name is Peyton, the audio designer on Esophaguys. Esophaguys is an upcoming party platformer where you play as old folks with elongating necks. Stretch your necks together to navigate the world and compete against each other for long-necked glory. Esophaguys is all about old folks with long necks and the goofy interactions that come from interacting with the world and with your friends. As such, all of the game's audio is centered around a neck-centric philosophy. Esophaguys is unique in that all the game's audio is comprised of mouth and guttural noises and a single instrument, the juice harp. Mouth and throat sounds comprise the character and environmental sound effects, while the juice harp is used as a musical instrument. This is in direct deviation from its common use as a Foley implement across animations, movies, and games. When creating the soundscape for Esophaguys, I set two clear restrictions. 1. All audio must be personally recorded and remain unedited, and 2. All audio must come from either the mouth or from the harp. Setting these restrictions forced me to explore all the nuances of my sound sources. These limitations granted refined focus, which allowed me to find a vastness of auditory possibilities. Until Esophaguys, I was unaware I was capable of making such noises. To implement the audio in-game, I used Fmod. Fmod allows for easy spatial audio and real-time adjustments to find that perfect elderly grunt, that precise squeak, and the most cochlea-tickling neck stretch. Here's a demonstration of how I created the in-game sound effects. On the left are the character sounds, on the right, the environmental. The juice harp was chosen as the sound of Esophaguys due to its distinctive twang that uses the dynamic shape of the mouth cavity to vary its timbre. The magic of the instrument is hidden from view. Each harp is only capable of playing a single note. However, it can produce a full 8-note overtone scale through manipulation of the mouth and throat. Advanced techniques include the rapid opening and closing of the glottis at the back of one's throat to attain an alternative scale. Breathing through the instrument with varying strength also changes the effect. Despite its simplicity, it is able to elicit a plethora of melodic, rhythmic, and atmospheric sounds. These techniques have been used by various cultures which have maintained traditional playing of the instrument. Yakutia, Austria, and Norway are 3 such places. There are 3 distinct level blocks in cooperative mode in Esophaguys. The auditory soundscape of these locations is equally distinct while still drawing from the same toolkit. Each of these blocks will feature traditional playing from different areas of the world, and also include more experimental tracks, with non-traditional harps. Here are 3 traditional solo juice harp tunes which will appear in the game. Esophaguys is still a work in progress, but starting with audio design in mind from the beginning has really helped us create the defining characteristics of our game. Intentionally creating restrictions for our audio that tie into the main mechanic has really helped us find our sound. Thank you for watching, and remember, wishlist Esophaguys on Steam. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Fretless has a demo, Mythwrecked has a demo, Paper Trail also has a demo, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is on sale, and Esophaguys also has a demo. Make sure to wishlist the games, and maybe you can even buy a couple. I mean, it's still early in the month. Our wallets are still happy with us, I think. Anyway, Kate, what do we have for the end of today's show?
The first video of this last block is a new game we are publishing called Bobls by Softwalk Interactive. In this game, you blow and bounce on bubbles as you collect magical gemstones in hundreds of fun and challenging levels. It also has a co-op mode, a level editor, so you can play with friends and make levels yourselves. After this, we have Baldur's Gate 3, one of the best rated games ever, which doesn't even need an introduction, but if you don't know it, it is a story-rich party-based RPG set in the universe of Dungeons & Dragons. This piece is featuring the talented Borislav Slavov, who has unfortunately had complications creating the content because of his recent tooth surgery. We hope that he's doing better now and wishing him all the best. Next up, we have an exclusive interview with the musician/composer/content creator Alex Moukala. He's a true video game music hero. His videos has inspired over 400,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. On his channel, he analyzes game soundtracks and shares his knowledge as a composer with his viewers. One of the games he worked on, Stray Gods, the role-playing musical, is going to be on the show on Wednesday. The last video of today is Endzone: A World Apart, which is a post-apocalyptic survival city builder where you start a new civilization with a group of people after an ecological disaster. This video features the impressive Jonas Albrecht, who will be composing an Endzone-style track in 10 minutes. So look forward to that.
And we've also picked out the winners of today's games. We had 69 submissions. Nice. Jesus Asiskas, Shade Trap, Null Persona, and Gina Marie Hammer. You have won some game keys tonight. So please raise your hand in chat if you are here, and we will be messaging you shortly. I'd also like to take some time to thank everyone for tuning in. We're not done yet, right? There's content afterwards, but thank you for tuning in. Thank you to the co-streamers for helping us out with the event. Thank you to the content creators playing some of the games on Save and Sound. And thank you to the studios, the composers, the musicians who have spent their own time to make the content that you've been watching. And I'd also like to give some special thanks to Samir, Franz, and Simon from Lurkit. A special thank you to David, Thomas, and Fanny from ICO Partners. A shout out to Charisse from El Gato. And lastly, thank you to Valve for allowing us to even run this event in the first place. Bobls, as you've heard, it's our new publishing venture at Bedtime. Tor and Victor are two of the sweetest, smartest developers I've had the pleasure of knowing. So please look forward to the video. It has just the right amount of green screen in it. This was the last hosting segment of today. So thank you all for watching, and please stay until the end.
Tomorrow, we will be live again at 10 a.m. Pacific and 7 p.m. Central European Time on Steam, Twitch, and YouTube with 23 more content pieces from games like For the King 2, Viewfinder, Sludge Life 2, Human Fall Flat, and many more. We will also be live on Wednesday at the same time, and the Steam event will be continuing until Thursday. Again, thank you so much for watching, and enjoy the rest of the show.
And drink water.
Don't ask, just take it in. My name is Thor, and I'm one half of the team behind Bobls. As you might have noticed, I don't play any instruments like my partner in crime Victor. I do, however, compose and produce the soundtrack for this game. And I'm here to briefly talk to you about it before we dive into some more thick bass. The game is a 2D precision platformer where you can play solo, couch co-op with a friend, or you can create your own levels and share them with other people online or within the game. The game has a retro aesthetic, but we knew from the start that we didn't want a chiptune soundtrack this time around. Instead, we drew inspiration from 90s breakbeat and more specifically soundtracks like Tekken 3. The goal here is to try and create something that has a gamey feel, but also bangs on a big sound system. Anyway, it's time to take you all to the jungle, and when we get back, please feel free to try the demo out for yourself. It's available for free on Steam, just search for Bobls.
Let's slap that motherfucking bass.
your heart with mine. Let your sleepy soul take flight. Take me through the night. Down, down, down by the river. Down, down, down by the river. Down, down, down by the river. Inky embers swear and dance. Just leap the flames and take the chance to be with me tonight. Take my hand and hold it tight, 'cause you and I are everywhere. The night is young, we're going.
Okay, do we have a time to sing? Thank you so much. Do you need to close your eyes to imagine a night and a campfire? A river passing by? Is it okay? Is everybody okay? Can you imagine these guys? Thank you so much. So, and a bard, of course, playing a song. Down, down, down by the river. Down, down, down by the river. Don't wake me up, just leave me there dreaming. Okay, but something's going on, as I said. And the same piece of music, the same simple acoustic tune develops into something completely different.
Well, hello there. My name is Alex Moukala. I'm a music composer for video games, as well as content creator on platforms like YouTube. I actually had a career already way before I started making content on YouTube. I used to make a lot of music for Hollywood movie trailers, and that was my main thing. And eventually, I decided to delve into the video game industry, but I decided to go about it by creating a YouTube channel which talks about video game music. It's a channel where I use my skills as a composer to analyze and reverse engineer the music in video games and explain to listeners why the music they love in games is so cool. Obviously, the channel is influenced by the virtue of the fact that I've spent so many years writing music professionally for very important projects, and so the knowledge that I give on those videos is of a certain caliber, and that plus, I guess, the way I talk about things made some people aware of me in the video game industry. They became aware of my skills, my personality, my talents, and my passion for music in games. And so that's kind of how I got, I would say, my way into the industry, if I have in any way. When it comes to connecting with the developers that I've worked with in the past or that I'm working with right now, I would say there's been around 3 or 4 main ways in which I was contacted or I got in touch with them. One of them was them contacting me through email. I've had some developers get in touch with me and asking me if I wanted to write music for their soundtracks. And they found me either on YouTube or Twitter, just posting on social media. And hearing my arrangements and stuff made them very interested in working together. Another way is sometimes it happened through friends recommending me, friends who were part of certain projects where somebody was looking for a composer and they recommended me because they thought I was a good fit. So that's been nice. The third way I would say has been me going to conventions and hanging out at the indie booth, the indie area, and just paying attention to what was going on there and like checking out all the games sometimes there will be one game that really catches my attention, and I show myself very interested and ask developers a lot of questions about the game. And just showing yourself interested can actually, I would say, make people interested in you far more, as opposed to going there and be like, hey, you need a composer. You know, I didn't even tell those people that I was a composer until they asked me, who are you? What do you do? Why are you asking so many questions? And why do you know so much about games? After I hanged out 15 minutes talking with the game director and developers, they would just get curious, and then I would tell them what I do. And they would be like, oh, damn, we were actually a composer. So that happens. But I think that only went well because they saw that I was very passionate about their project. And this is something you can't fake. The fourth way in which I've been involved in video game music projects sometimes is through going like the content creator route. Some software houses that make games hired me for some content creator promotional content or whatever, which didn't have much to do with me scoring a game, but it was me doing something for them, like a video or cover or whatever. And then through that, eventually some of those software houses noticed, oh, you're a composer. Yeah, maybe we should hire you to do like this small thing here, this, you know, this track here, this track there. So that can happen as well. I would say the cool thing about creating music for games is the thought that people are going to play these games for a long time, right? So the music you end up writing for that project, you can teach a musical language to the player a lot more than you could on, say, a movie, because a movie is like 2 hours long, right? A game can be 10, 20, 30 hours. So you can really play around a lot with leitmotifs and, you know, just weird instruments. And I find that because of that fact, because of the length of games, even game directors are paying way more attention to all these things. They often want a very strong identity in the music, and that can be very challenging, especially if you're working with a game director who doesn't really know what they want, but they know they want something unique. It can be tough, but at the same time, there's that push for something that is very special when you have to create music for games. That's the thing I like the most. The idea of like kind of reinventing the wheel on every project and making sure that each one is different, and each one challenges you in different ways and makes you grow in a different way. At the same time, that is also the hardest thing about this job for me. So I would say that's the thing I like the most, and also sometimes it's the thing I like the least. The way in which I approach writing music that complements the gaming experience starts usually with me playing the game, personally. I find that is the most important thing to do because I have to understand what the game is trying to say at that moment. Be it like if it's writing music for an exploration area or a boss fight or, you know, a cut scene or whatever, I need to know what the game is trying to say, and I need to know what the game directors want people to feel at that moment. If I don't understand that, then it's very likely I'm going to write some music that doesn't really do what it should do at that moment. So that's definitely the most important thing in order to make sure that what I write nails the gaming experience. Another thing that I really like, as I mentioned before, is leitmotifs. I grew up listening to Nobuo Uematsu's soundtracks, you know, the older Final Fantasy games, and the leitmotif galore there was like insane. There's a lot of those going on at specific moments in time, and it's because Uematsu is very knowledgeable about every story beat, and he knows when he should use this leitmotif because the lore is mentioning, the dialogue are mentioning a certain lore fact or something like that, you know? So that's another thing I really keep in mind. When I'm writing for a game, I remember or keep in mind all the leitmotifs that define the characters, all the instruments that define the concepts, and I decide to use them depending on what I know is happening on screen at that moment. If that's not possible, like if I am not able to play the game for some reason, I will usually talk at length with the game directors, asking them, okay, what are players supposed to feel at this moment? Well, if you're looking to be a content creator on the internet, there's one specific advice I can give you. If you're looking to be a composer who gets work, I would say like there's other advice I can give as well. Like those are kind of like two different things. And They require similar skills, but not exactly. You can be a phenomenal composer for video games and an abysmal content creator, and you can be a phenomenal content creator and abysmal music composer for games. You know, it's very different, because with content creation, what you try to do is if you want to do it professionally and like get great results, then you need to craft your content in such a way that it gets in the front of like a lot of eyeballs and everybody loves it. If you're working as a composer for games, you need to be able to work with a very small amount of people, like your dev team, right? And you have to understand them. You have to have great communication skills and all this stuff. So the two things are going to be more far apart from each other. You can definitely do both at the same time. That's what I'm doing. But I would, if you're starting out, I would recommend leaning on one more than the other, probably. And then later catching up on what you left out, if you want to do both. As for advice for people who want to be composers, I would recommend to really focus on harnessing your skills and work on a lot of projects. That's a good way to harness your skills. Work on projects that are, let's say, at your level. So if you're just starting out, then team up with game devs who are just starting out and work on stuff together. You know, write a lot of music for them and make sure that each track you write challenges you 1% more than the previous one. Because that way, each track you write is going to teach you something. And it doesn't have to be like 10 times harder than the previous track, just 1% harder, you know? That's the rule I follow all the time on everything I create. I always challenge myself 1%, one small thing. And that took me to where I am now. And working with many people, having connections, either with like people at your same level, let's say, or even your higher ups, people who you look up to. That can make a big difference, because in the industry, you end up working with people anyway. This is oftentimes not something you do on your own. So it's good to learn to work with people. And it's good to develop that network of connections, for sure. When it comes to the most rewarding achievement that I've had as a content creator in the video game music community, I would say there's many, and they all have to do with other people. The first one that comes to mind, which is the most recent, I guess, has been playing bass live at a official Square Enix event for Final Fantasy XVI's launch. And I was playing bass together with Final Fantasy XVI's composer, Masayoshi Soken, who was playing piano. We were having this small jam session in front of thousands of people. And it was amazing because, Final Fantasy is my favorite game of all time. And Masayoshi Soken is one of my favorite composers, one of my favorite humans, actually. Another happy memory and rewarding experience as a content creator still has to do with Final Fantasy XIV. And it was one time where I wrote with some friends, we wrote an arrangement of a very famous Final Fantasy XIV track called Closing the Distance. And that track has a very beautiful chorus with a soaring vocal melody. I asked the Final Fantasy XIV community to send me videos of themselves singing that melody. And I put all the videos together and created like a choir with my music production skills. And it was like 1,000 people singing that chorus together. So it was very cool. The one thing those people didn't know is that in that same arrangement, I would feature the official singers from Final Fantasy XIV, Amanda Aiken and Susan Calloway, as well as other famous singers and professional singers that are friends of mine. So the idea with me making this collaboration of like 1,000 people choir and these singers singing on top of that was to give the Final Fantasy XIV community a chance to see themselves and hear themselves in a context that shows them how beautiful their voice is. When I published that video, I received countless messages from people who told me, wow, I started singing again because of you, because taking part in this changed my life. And, that was the whole point. And it was beautiful to see it come together, and it was even more beautiful to see people's reactions to that. I also met people in real person that were part of that collaboration, like some people who sent me those videos, and they cried in telling me their story and how much that impacted them. So that meant a lot. Well, I have a lot of game soundtracks that inspire me. And I would say, like, honestly, I have a lot of soundtracks and just albums that inspire me. I would recommend any game composer to look for inspiration outside of game music because there's a lot there as well. But if I have to just talk about game soundtrack, then for sure, anything from any Final Fantasy, inspiration number one, especially Final Fantasy like 8, 13, and 7 remake. I will say those are the top 3, but there's a lot. 10 also is great. 14 is great. There's a lot. So Final Fantasy is one. Zelda, Breath of the Wild, Zelda in general. Bloodborne is really special as well. I love the Tekken soundtracks and Kingdom Hearts as well. Thank you for that. I do not have a stylist, but it's just, I don't know, I just like these clothes. You know what? The reason why I dress the way I do is because I grew up playing a lot of games, and in games, as a kid, I used to notice that characters have their own style. Each character is distinctly different from the other, and that's because, like, you know, they've been designed by like some very good character designers, and there's purpose behind their outfits. They're not just wearing what is popular around them, but they're wearing something that defines them. Like a character with spiky clothes and like clothes with like rough edges tells you that this character is a person that's not very like flexible and not very like haha funny, but they're more serious, right? So I always was kind of curious about that as a kid, and I didn't like how everybody in my life just dressed the same. You know, oh, that guy has those shoes, so I want them too. So I've never was like that, and eventually in life I decided, you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna dress the way I want. I have a channel where I publish fashion advice videos and tell people where I got my clothes. So if you're interested in that, you can check those out. But I appreciate the flattery, and that's all. Cheers.
My name is Jonas Albrecht. I am the producer of the End Zone World Apart soundtrack, and today I want to produce an End Zone style track in 10 minutes. Let's go! I prepared this section before. A little bit cheating here. Okay, let's see what we get. What we have here right now. Bye.
Tangible. Holy f*** is back.
Awesome. Oh!